active. Warp drive active. Docking request accepted. Docking request accepted.
What? That was one shot. God damn it. Fucking annoying. I can't move. You're screwing me. Lag screw me. Fuck. Why did I get 50 mobs? It was a 2-mob pull. Why did 50 mobs come? It makes no sense. The first time I pulled it wasn't 50 mobs. Why was it 50 mobs this time? Oh, you're taking my chances away. You're so annoying. Oh, these stupid things are harder than the entire dungeon combined. Is so dumb. Okay, I'm going to pull when there isn't a pat. come on! I can't see the fucking ground as usual. Well, we killed some of them, I think. Why so many mobs for one person? Piece of shit brain dead developers. Suck my dick. Fucking annoying. I don't think I got anything. I think I have to do it all over again. So annoying.
Autopilot engaged.
Damn it, I did not mean to bring my fucking Augs where I went. I really did not. I can't believe I did.
Moving to Stargate.
I'll lose another 500 mil, I guess.
Active.
I'll just leave this set out there for hauling, I guess. And I'll haul with this set and I'll leave it when I need to go somewhere. It's so much aggro. I'm back here. I want them out of that hole.
Approaching Stargate.
Fuck, now I'm gonna die again, son of a fucking bitch. Hello? Nope. Okay, let me verify that, make sure I didn't miss a text or anything, but I don't think I did. No, no text, no call, nothing. Sorry. Okay, alright. Alright, love it. Son of a bitch. Phone call. Perfectly. Killed me.
To Stargate.
Son of a
drive
bitch.
active.
I'm not gonna be able to do this. Something about this fucking particular pool. Something about this particular pool. There's nothing I can do. They're not dying as part of it. I don't know what to do. I will CC pull. That might be good.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Move.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Oh, get off me.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Fucking annoying. This pool was so long. It's so annoying. Please die. Please die. Please die. 12 gold off that pool. Jesus Christ. And this is strong box upgraded. You were so annoying. Maybe I could have skipped these guys. I don't know. Could I have skipped them? No, I couldn't have skipped them, no.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
So I can pull the mod back, or sorry, pull the companion back, which I didn't know. Okay, before I DC...
Approaching Stargate.
Hello? Okay, I'll be right there. No problem. At least I wasn't on a pool.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
You out. Okay. I think what I want to do in the future is to set the cell phone down in a way where I can see it every single time that there's a notification. Yeah, like that. No. No. Just
Approaching Stargate.
no, am I being hit? No, I'm not being hit. So, okay. Yeah, in that way. God damn it, I just put it down. Okay, hello?
Autopilot jumping.
Yes, they do. Yeah, right there by the checkout. Okay.
Warping to Stargate.
No problem.
Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
If I die, I'm gonna be so mad.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
God, I hope I win
Autopilot
this.
Jumping.
Infiltrator goal cuts in WoW Retail. What do I do?
Warping to Stargate.
WoW Retail. Delve. Infiltrator cold cuts. What do I do?
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, hey, kitty.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh.
Autopilot disabled. Autopilot engaged.
Great.
Autopilot disabled.
This is an easy fight for me. I'm gonna get it first time, thank God. I think. I don't think there's anything else that's nasty. We don't know. The fight is like 5 minutes long, which is okay. It's not amazing though. This is so much better than Harry Potter. The abilities aren't as cool, but I like the magic more. We're gonna win this. It was 5 minutes, but I mean, we're gonna get it. What happened there? I don't see any of the achievements I got. And I didn't lose any currency. 227, no good. 237, it's an upgrade over what I was using. Two-hand pole arm. Cosmetic. Son of a bitch, I didn't get anything from this. Well, I'm sure I can... Oh, I didn't get any achievements. Okay, cool. So... But at least I successfully did it. This was annoying. Where was this? Rancer. I will try a different route. I think I want to install Once Human. Oops. Oh yeah, can I download just Rayzone? That would be cool. Or no, I don't know. No, I want the whole thing. No, I just want Once Human. Yeah, put it on my C drive. Once Human is a game I could play in the background. Like when I'm not maining Rust, which might be a kind of a thing. I might actually be maining Rust again. That's fine by me. I'm in a much less toxic place in my life.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I'm hungry. I should eat. Otherwise, I'm going to ruin my appetite for dinner.
Autopilot jumping.
I don't know. I'm not today.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
There's a lot of copper on the ceiling and I didn't notice.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
God, the music's good.
Approaching Stargate. Jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Captain at the helm!
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
I will install to see. Yeah.
Warping to Stargate.
Yeah, I'll always have to reinstall this game.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
$95 gigs. What do I currently have? Yeah,
Approaching
that'll leave 30
Stargate.
gigs. Yeah, that works. I need like a 2 terabyte SSD.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Oh, my lunch. Oops. I'll be right back. I forgot that I cooked sausages.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
$244.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, we're only 5 jumps away.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
An elusive resource. When you first begin, the only way to acquire gunpowder is to loot it from the bodies of pirates that you eliminated or by looting crates around our camps. It's not until many hours in that you'll be able to acquire the schematic needed to make some yourself at your camp. So here is how to get it. The first step is technically the last step, but the most important. You'll need sulfur. Sulfur is found in the foothills, the second region you're given access to after defeating the coastal jungle boss, Thomas Richards. If you have not killed Thomas Richards, you can't proceed any further. If you've killed this boss, you're free to roam the foothills at your leisure, which will lead you to eventually finding sulfur deposits during exploration. We call it the last step because by the time you find and are able to mine sulfur, you should have access to all the subsequent ingredients needed to craft gunpowder. You'll need an iron pickaxe to mine sulfur. Iron ore is found in deposits around the foothills region, and mining iron ore itself will require a copper pickaxe. In order to create an iron pickaxe, you'll need to upgrade your workbench to level 2 by crafting a sawhorse with copper ingots and wood, then placing it anywhere in your camp that has a workbench. Craft the iron pickaxe using smelted iron ingots and travel back to an area that has sulfur ore. Sulfur ore can be found embedded in hillsides, but can also be hiding among stone and rocks. They're lighter in color and have a mossy look around the edges. Once you successfully mine the sulfur, you'll be given the schematic to craft gunpowder. You need 10 pieces of sulfur to craft one 10-pack of gunpowder. You'll still need to craft up a few more things to do this. Set up regular wood to burn in the kiln to make charcoal. You don't need charcoal for gunpowder, but as charcoal is made, it'll also create ash, and ash is needed as a base ingredient for gunpowder. Head to your workbench, scroll down, and craft one millstone part. The millstone part are for the millstone's utility bench at the bottom of the crafting and utilities page in the crafting menu. Once it's placed, you should now see homemade gunpowder as one of the few options. Pop in the materials, craft, and boom, you got some gunpowder. And that's it! You're now on your merry way to as much gunpowder as you can handle.
Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Here are some Windrose tips you probably didn't know. You can access your ship's inventory while off your ship. Just be near your boat, hit tab, and go to the flagship section. This is where you'll see your entire ship inventory.
Oh.
While on your ship, you will get your rested buff back, which increases your stamina regeneration. It'll go based on the highest comfort level that you have in the world. When you steer your ship, if you hit F, you'll get a bird's eye view of your ship. Before you board a ship, you can use a repair kit and then board, and your ship will heal while you're boarding the other ship. When you're in a cave, I recommend building these standing torches instead of using the lantern. The standing torches won't run out of fuel like the lantern does. Your tools, like the pickaxe and axe,
That's a good tip I wasn't thinking about. All that takes is 2 wood. Damn.
Helm's yours, Captain.
Oh. Oh yeah, that failed it. Oh well.
Autopilot engaged.
Oh, that's really
Moving to
cool. I don't
Stargate.
have to worry about going
Warp
back and
drive
forth and back and forth
active.
from the ship.
Approaching Stargate.
Helm's yours, Cotton. Gust the wind.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Read the canvas. Captain at the helm.
Gonna try and fill my lanterns. Oh, I'm supposed to talk to the
Approaching
doctor.
Stargate.
Oops.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
I think it's about the same, really.
Approaching station.
Oh, I need to put this shovel away.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Somewhere in here is going to be bandages. I guess I should just make new ones, huh? Yeah, it appears that I do make new ones. Yeah, I think so. Fortunately. Very good. And then oh shit, I didn't
Troubling
realize.
symptoms.
Fuck, I didn't know.
Captain. I remain at your service. I remain at your service.
Healing herbs that could be found in ruins. Okay. Beautiful sunset. The game is more naturalist beauty than most games tend to be able to pull off.
Helm's yours, Captain. Hear this! We're outward bound for Mobile Town with a heave-ho-ho. And we'll leave it. All hands! Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down in Shinbo now. Sally is the girl that I love dearly. Sally is the girl that I love nearly. Put it down in Shinbo now. Oh, help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Put it down in Shinbo now. For 7 long years I courted little Sally. Way, bully in the alley. But all she did was dilly and dally. Put it down in Shinbo now. Oh, help me, Bob, I'm
Bully in the valley, bully in the bay, bully in the alley.
Help me, Bob, I'm
Bully in the alley.
Put it down in Shinbo now. I left my Sal, I went a sailing. Way, bully in the alley. Signed on a big ship, I went a whaling. Put it down in Shinbo now. Oh, help me,
Bully, I'm bully in the alley, bully in the alley.
help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Put it down in Shinbo now. If I ever get back, I'll marry little Sally. Way, bully in the alley. Have 6 kids and live in Shinbo alley. and shinbone now. Oh, help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down in shinbone now. I thought I heard the old man saying, way, bully in the alley. One more pull and we're delaying. Bully down in shinbone now. Oh,
Help me, darling, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, darling, I'm bully in the alley. And then the Dendona.
hear this! Oh, Maggie, Maggie May, they're taking you away to sail upon Van Diemen's cruel shore. Oh, you've got so many whalers and many drunken sailors, but you'll never cruise round Liverpool no more. Now come here, all you sailors, hold and listen to me tell. I know you all will sadly pity me, for I was a ruddy fool in the port of Liverpool on the voyage when I first paid off from sea. I was paid off at the home for a voyage from Sierra Leone. £2.10 a month had been my pay. As I jingled in me tin, I was sadly taken in by a lady of the name of Maggie May. Oh, Maggie, Maggie May, they've taken you away to sail upon Van Diemen's Halt.
I love this game. It's like a weird tropical version of Starfield or something. I think before I do the, any more, I think I probably will go play some Starfield. Or I don't know. Maybe I'll just stay on this, but I'll play some Once Human actually. Or no, I don't know. That's gonna take some time. I guess I need to make it bigger is the problem, maybe? Oh, yeah. No, that's not what I wanted. You have to stretch this out so far before you get to this. Where I can like actually like bring this up and down fast. Alright, well, do it because I need it. Okay, you belong up here though. Watch list and fleet. And drones. I don't know where my drones are, but we'll find out later. Dock. Pigs are good. I need animal fat. Yeah. Yeah, animal fat. Healing herbs. I can't not look at you. Nice.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Have a heavy attack as well. So this is
Oh,
the regular attack
shit, I didn't
doing
even think about that.
162 for the copper pickaxe, and then this is the heavy attack doing 258. So you'll be able to mine things a little bit quicker by using the heavy attack,
Wow.
even though it does use a little bit more stamina. When you're in combat, if you hop up on something high enough, the enemies won't attack you. You can see I have animals and a sailor right here that aren't attacking me, and the sailor's actually dealing damage to the boars when they try to attack me. You can also easily fence in enemies, and you can attack them through the wall, which makes fights pretty trivial. For your talent tree and your progression stats, you can reset these whenever you want to by pressing Z. It's totally free, allowing you to experiment with different types of builds. Being near a bonfire will actually heal you. It takes about 30 seconds for it to kick in, but once it does, it'll slowly heal you back to full health. If you found these tips useful, be sure to follow along for more Windrose content, and if you have any other tips that you want to share, put them in the comments down below. Here are some Windrose tips you probably didn't know.
Autopilot jumping.
Now here it gets interesting. You see this helicopter?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
So, Alex, it happened again. Someone tried to kill the President of the United States, and we're not talking about gun violence. We're not talking about a number of things that would make sense. We're talking about, apparently, we need a very, very fortified ballroom. And you know what? Screw that it was going to be funded by private donors because the president said it would, when he randomly threw this thing out there. We need it. This is the most important thing in the country. Ballroom, even though I don't even think it would be able to host the event. And I don't think Donald Trump actually wants to host the event there. And it doesn't, none of it makes sense. I understand that this is a presidency that, you know, they try to take advantage of every tragedy, every crisis, but then they do it in the weirdest way. Like ballroom? That's what you're going with?
We're going with ballroom, Phil. We're going with ballroom, and we're going to keep saying ballroom so you don't notice that I also said this week. That's right. Enter the file.
I'm not a pedophile.
Yep, that's the President of the United States. I want to just go real fast. I know, Phil, we're going to talk a lot about the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We're going to talk about the reaction around the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We're going to talk about all of these different things. But I do want to just drive home the fact, out of how many presidents we've had? 44, 45 presidents? None of them else have ever had to look directly into the camera and say this.
I'm not a pedophile.
Yeah, that's
Approaching
crazy.
Stargate.
I'm not a crook. Remember that one? I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. Remember that one, Bill Clinton? And then we have the 45th and 47th president of the United States saying this.
I'm not a pedophile.
You think he's talking about you is just,
Yeah, it was incredible.
My God.
It was incredible. And this was him, by the way, this was him trying to capitalize the moment. Him trying to take everything, because that clip is from 60 Minutes, which is ostensibly now a safe Trump zone. That's supposed to be his Fox and Friends 2.0 now, because Barry Weiss and the Ellisons now control CBS News, and so that's supposed to be a friendly interview. This was also, let's dial it back. All right, let's just we'll get back to that, right? Because there's a lot of stuff that happened in this timeline. We're also going to talk about Virginia. We're also going to talk about Megan Thee Stallion, because Megan Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson is actually a bigger story than somebody trying to Naruto run into the White House Correspondents' Dinner and take out everyone except Kash Patel, according to this man's
That's
manifesto.
so weird. There's so many things. And then also, I don't know if you saw
Autopilot
this,
jumping.
for world of pop culture, there's kind of like a 9/11 for white supremacists right now, because Sydney Sweeney was hanging with Shabuzi, and she jumped up on his side, and they're like,
Warping to Stargate.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Warp drive active.
Okay, yeah. Well, also, and there was Erica Kurt took a picture with a Fox anchor, and then people said the exact same thing. Anyway, it's been a weird weekend. All right, it was kind of a weird one, because the weirdest thing out of it all, Phil, is we had this incident. I don't know. Were you watching the White House Correspondents' Dinner as it was happening?
I wasn't, but I was immediately on edge when I saw that Aaron Rupar was taking the night off, and I was like, the last time he took a night off, we had the Butler shooting. And
Yes.
so I was just like, something felt off in the air.
And now we
then,
had Butler 2. Now we had Butler 2, Midterm Boogaloo. So we are here now. For those of you guys who know, Aaron Rupert is a prolific clipper on social media. He is typically, if you see a clip of Donald Trump or a Republican saying something crazy, Aaron Rupert has clipped it. It's going to be him or some one of the guys from Midas Touch.
The DNC,
and those are typically the ones
the
that get
DNC
around.
expects him to do his job so much, they just repost his clips.
Yes,
That's all they
100%.
do.
Yes, 100%. And so, yeah, Aaron took the night off, and I was not going to watch it, but then I was texting somebody who was joking about something, and I had just put my kid to bed, so I put the feed on. I put on the C-SPAN feed because I was like, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to watch the C-SPAN feed on YouTube, on my Roku TV, because I'm an old man, all right? And my wife called me upstairs because needed help, you know, all this different stuff. And I came back downstairs, and when I got downstairs, the entire press corps were cowering underneath tables. The dais had been cleared, and there were men with machine guns pointed into the crowd. And my first reaction wasn't that I thought that someone was trying to attack the president. I thought, oh, he's doing it. He's going to murder the entire press. That's what I thought. I thought we were watching. I thought that he was
Oh
just
my
like,
God.
Wait,
running up
but
to
why?
the
Alex, Donald Trump's a sweet baby angel. He's the man who always, he lowers the temperature.
They're the enemy of the people. The press are the enemy of the people. These people back there. How many of those rallies where he pointed out all those people back there, and then all the entire crowd would turn and boo them and hiss them and throw things at them. So there was a lot that was said running into this White House Correspondents' Dinner. It needs to be noted, this is the first White House Correspondents' Dinner that Donald Trump has gone to since, I believe it was 2015, when Obama dunked on him so hard that he ran for president. That was Obama. Yeah, Obama literally put up slides mocking what would happen if Trump took over the White House. Turns out, by the way, those slides were right. He's going to cover everything in gold, and it'll look like shit, and it's going to be half torn down. That's exactly where we are. And so he hasn't been back there in 10 years. His first term, Trump did not go to any of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and they made a big deal about that. When he was reelected, the White House Correspondents' Dinner immediately broke precedent, and they fired the comedian Amber Ruffin, who was supposed to perform, and then none of the free speech comedians ever mentioned the fact that a comedian lost their job because the anti-cancel culture president canceled a comedian. No one ever mentioned that because Amber Ruffin is a black woman and a comedian, and that doesn't fit into the Joe Rogan-verse sphere of talking points. And then this time around, they were just going to have a mentalist, which I think is another word for magician, named Oz Perlman, who I am not related to. Oh my God. That was a scary enough moment for me. So that was going to be this whole thing. So Trump is coming there, is doing this big speech, and then they just kept saying weird shit about how he had this great idea and he was going to do all these different things. And Trump's a showman. And even Caroline Leavitt said there's going to be shots fired.
This speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight.
Shots fired
So,
tonight.
it was building up that there was going to be some sort of event at the event. So I leave the room. I come back. I see this, and I go, is this part of the event? Is he just like, oh, they just threw cops on stage? I don't understand what's going on. And then we proceeded to start to see the fallout, and that's when we found out a man ran past one of the levels of security. He was not even on the same floor as the event.
Correct, yeah.
But he had a shotgun and a handgun, and they've since released a manifesto. But there's one thing I noticed. I don't know if you noticed about this, Phil. It's the classic mass shooting story.
What do you mean?
Everyone has the story wrong immediately. So in that moment, Caitlin Collins from CNN, we have a room with 3,500 of the most elite journalists and news people in the world. They are maybe 100 feet from where the man himself had been tackled and held down, stripped immediately, and then wrapped in a tinfoil blanket. And they immediately said that he was dead. And he wasn't. He was captured alive, unharmed. So there's 5 shots fired by a Secret Service agent guy.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I was like, you would, if you made an educated guess, you'd be like, well, obviously they killed him. Obviously, if a man is sprinting toward, you'd be like, okay, well, given the security. I was shocked. I was shocked when all of a sudden there was a photo of this guy on the ground. I was like, how? How did this happen? Because in 9 out of 10 scenarios like that, you'd imagine that they would be dead. And you even, like in the video that Donald Trump released, because I guess that's how we get news now, the president just releases the fucking video footage himself. You see him run past and like the agents take their guns out and firing. And, I was really surprised.
Yeah, no, I was surprised too, but it's also one of those things, and I just want to make a note of that for everyone out there, because we're in America, we're in the land of mass shootings, How many times do we hear
Autopilot
about an
disabled.
incident like this?
Waypoint
Not
reached.
involve the president, right? Whether it be a school, whether it be a church, whether it be a synagogue, whether it be a mosque, whether it be a movie theater, a mall, an abortion clinic, a health clinic, any of these different things. You can go down all of the different fucking things.
Right.
And the story is always wrong in the first few hours. We literally had the top reporters in the country feet away, and the story was wrong for hours. They said that he was dead, and that his manifesto stated that he posted a bunch of anti-Christian things. And instead, he's alive, and he posted that he didn't want to hear a speech from a rapist, a pedophile, and a traitor.
Yeah, and in the manifesto, we covered it on the PDS. He actually uses the idea of being religious and Christianity as a reason. He frames this as being consistent Christian values, right? That turning the other cheek, that is for when someone is oppressing you, not when it is oppressing another, because then you are complicit. And I don't know, when I was looking through this after the fact, I was like, I wonder how this is going to be received in general to the world, but also specifically with religious folk.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is that I was looking through all of this, the biggest thing is actually been the reaction to this. I think that's a bigger story than the fact that it happened. And the reaction is twofold. Either one, nobody gives a shit. Like legit. Like most people are like, and Klay Thompson broke up with Megan Thee Stallion. That's what most of my fucking feeds are about. Most of my feeds are people wanting to get revenge, are just a series of women and Etsy witches wanting to get revenge on Klay Thompson for cheating on Megan Thee Stallion, or people talking about the new Ted Lasso trailer, because the season 4 Ted Lasso trailer just dropped. Like, again, we're in a time where things move quickly, but also this is the fourth time, and so people are like, it's that there's that. The second one though is the amount of people who then immediately went to saying that it was staged.
Yeah, I mean, here's what I'll say regarding at least the first part. It being people being like, and what? So I think part of this is, yes, it's happened a number of times. Two, it does not appear like it was even remotely close. Trump has even said, they weren't close. Officials have said, there have been reports going into, this is where it happened. You'd actually have to go this way and this way and this way to get to the room to even get still far away from the president. So I think that there was enough of a separation, whereas with Butler, shots were fired, right?
Yeah.
Trump goes down, you see that.
Yeah, a man died at Butler, the guy, the firefighter that was behind him.
Right, and so in this one, it feels like it was still so separate that people are like, oh, okay, so that's really fucked up that it happened, but it's not as scary in, I think, a lot of people's heads. But then also, a lot of people talked about the security, and there, I still haven't come to the conclusion on where I stand, because you had the shooter himself apparently commenting that he was surprised by the lack of security regarding the hotel, because he was allowed to be in the hotel. He didn't come in from outside. He came from his hotel room, I believe, down stairwells. I'd have to double check, but it does sound like if someone was more prepared, someone, I don't know, wanted to do something like with a bomb or something fucking horrific could have really happened if this guy had been prepared to do just like a mass casualty event rather than just going for these specific people. And that's scary. That's really scary. I don't understand how I was looking. It wasn't designated a top tier security event, and they had the president, the vice president. They had a lot of the line there. I think we were looking through it. Chuck Grassley wasn't there, which is insane. The backup was Chuck Grassley.
Yeah. Who's 99, right? He's an ancient old man.
He's 99.
No, but I think it was 12 out of 12 out of the 15 cabinet members were in the room. There's all this different stuff, and it's just as they were going down it, because again, as I walked back into the room, and when I realized that there had been some sort of actual security incident, was when I saw the Secret Service clearing RFK Jr. out of the room and seeing Cheryl Hines climbing after them. Right? It was that image. And then as things have started to come out, we've seen more and more video of weirdly, and again, people pointed at it, they pull Vance out immediately, but there's a moment there with Trump, and they've tried to explain some of these different things. Trump falls down, and then the Trump falling down, the cover-up of that is bizarre, because the MAGA accounts online immediately like, he didn't fall down. He was bending over to pull Melania up because she was crawling because she was so scared. And then Trump comes out and doesn't say that at all. Instead, he says that he was told by security to squat down. And then the mentalist who was there, he gives an eyewitness account saying actually Trump was shoved to the ground for some reason. But the whole thing is just odd. Like it's odd, and that's the reason why we immediately saw the outpouring of people screaming things like false flag and staged instantly. And the thing is what I want to talk to people right now is they don't understand pro wrestling. Linda McMahon and Shane McMahon were in the room with Stephanie McMahon. It's called a work shoot, all right? That doesn't mean it's fake, but that means that when it happens, you take extreme advantage of it to make it seem like you're in control. So in wrestling, there are two types of things. There's a work. That is like Hulk Hogan fighting Andre the Giant, right? Andre the Giant has to let Hulk Hogan pick him up and throw him down on the ground, okay? Inside of a work, it has to be, everyone in it involved is agreed that this is how the order of operations is going to happen. A shoot in wrestling is when nobody knows that this was going to happen. This is actually real. You actually punch the guy in the face. You accidentally hurt the other person. A work shoot is then once that happens, you then reintegrate it back into your story. And that's exactly what's happened with this. With the immediate pivot to this is why we need a ballroom. This is why we need these different things. The lean into these parts of it. And that is what like people I don't think are processing. They're seeing that and they're going, well, because they reacted, because the White House and the press corps and the MAGA bots and all these different things reacted this way, that automatically makes it staged. No, they reacted this way because they immediately are trying to take advantage of this moment. And it feels weird that what they chose was a fucking ballroom.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my personal thing, I personally do not think that it was staged. I understand why people are very skeptical and do not believe anything. Trump has broken the trust in this country with his constant lies, and I think a lot of people in mainstream media who have carried the president's water or haven't done a good job of checking the truth have killed trust on that side as well, and so a lot of people don't believe anything. I'm personally have a mindset of if there is ever a time where the president is attacked, I think where we are right now, especially given his approval ratings, I think it would be more likely that moving forward if it was someone from the conservative end. Because I think right now, he is, at least if you're looking at elections, not like what he's doing to people and like whether it be domestically or Iran, he's setting up the Democrats for a crazy win right now. And something happening to Trump would actually be the most beneficial thing for Republicans right now.
Yeah.
That's where my mind's at. But it has been very interesting looking at the reactions. It's been like each photo has been like a Rorschach test. Like Stephen Miller and his wife. People are either they you have accounts going, look at this man leading his wife to safety, and then other people are like, he's using his pregnant wife as a human shield. And so it's like everyone's seeing the same thing, having completely different reactions. It's I don't know. Here's what I want to stress. I am completely against political violence. Right? I feel like we always got to throw that as well. We're talking about this topic, but yeah, I think this whole thing has been so weird, and it shows how broken the country is right now.
No, completely broken. I mean, there's to go into the reaction. There was Riley Gaines, right, who the president attacked a few weeks ago. I remind everybody by saying that he didn't care about her. Riley Gaines tweeted, "Stop trying to kill our president." It got 12 million views on Twitter, 138,000 likes. Some other person named Jamie, they quote tweeted it and wrote, "Stop staging fake assassination attempts." It got 384,000 likes. The ratios here are all over the place. And this is, again, we're also in a world where just a few weeks ago, Tim Dillon has started saying that, we need to look at Butler. Butler, there's questions about Butler. Marjorie Taylor Greene has come out and said we should look at Butler. There's things around that were questionable and all these different things. I'm not saying that. I'm just telling people that this is where the narrative is moving. We also are now in a world where everything you don't like is a false flag. That is how it works now in people's brains. And it's because this president has specifically pushed that over the years. Everything is fake news. Everything has been twisted on this side. And then on top of that, his allies, when you look at Elon, when you look at the other big tech guys, they have also lent into this. Okay, so there was an account that went on Facebook. It's Ellen Briggs. And she typed in, Cole Allen, former staff member. And you know what she pulled up? AI image after AI image after AI image of these different faceless accounts claiming that the alleged shooter, Cole Allen, worked for every major collegiate and professional sports team. Because again, remember, politics is also a team sport, but there are also team sports. So what better than to say that this guy worked for the Michigan football team? What better way to say that this guy worked for Penn State? He's a teacher in California. And so people were able to quickly generate AI images of him. And she has, scrolling through here, 45 seconds of footage of just scrolling through on her phone of images of Cole Allen, as all these different sports teams. And none of them are real. We immediately have images to the point where you just can't trust anything in those moments until you can find it from people that you trust who can do the background research to verify things. I saw him being posted in all of these different uniforms. All of these different things immediately came out. This is now the story of shootings in America.
Yeah.
It happens, and instead of us going, "Oh my God,"
Instead of
that's
oh my
terrifying.
God, oh my
I
God,
wish we didn't
we
live in a
don't do
country where this
shit. We
happens.
don't do shit.
Everyone goes, "No, he's of the group I don't like," and that makes my group better. And that's where we are right now. And it's been like this, not just around political violence. It's been like this around all violence.
Yep, agreed.
Do you ever get the feeling that your email knows a little too much about you? It feels like somebody's listening to you, right? You email your doctor and then a very specific ad hits you immediately. Stop listening to me! Because for your email, you are not the user, you're the product. That's why I want to talk to you about today's sponsor, Proton Mail. And this is actually a big one. Proton Mail flips the entire model that most email systems use. Your emails with Proton Mail are not scanned. They're not sold. They're not quietly feeding an ad machine somewhere. Proton Mail uses zero access encryption, which basically means even Proton Mail can't read your emails. Only you can read your emails. So no ads, no trackers, no weird, why did I just get targeted for that very specific cream I only emailed my doctor about? What is happening moments? And Proton Mail's not just secure. It's actually usable. You can auto-sort emails, one-click unsubscribe from junk, and clean up your inbox incredibly fast. Bonus, switching is painless. Just import your old emails or start fresh with a new address. Totally up to you. And Proton Mail has built-in protections like phishing alerts and tracker blocking, so you're not getting quietly watched every time you open an email. Whether it's work stuff or personal stuff, I just don't want it floating around somewhere it shouldn't be. So, if you want to take back control of your inbox right now, you can get Proton Mail for free at proton.me/crash or scan the QR code. That's proton.me/crash to get started today.
Okay, Alex, coming back, one of the things that has been interesting is in addition to Ballroom, is that Trump's like, okay, let's try and use this to get Jimmy Kimmel fired again. He's gone back to that, and that's because, and if you've just been online, you might have your timeline mixed up, thinking that Jimmy Kimmel did this after the attempted shooting. But 2 nights before the White House Correspondents' Dinner, Jimmy Kimmel hosted a mock version of the dinner. He was talking about, there's not a comedian, right? You have a mentalist there, and so he's like, I'm gonna be the comedian. And he's making jokes left and right, zingers. Do we have a doctor in the house? Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have a Jesus in the house? Right, making fun of the AI image. He's making fun of Brendan Carr with the FCC, and then of Melania, he says, our first lady is here, Mrs. Trump. You have a glow like an expectant widow, right? So, MAGA, Trump, Melania, they're like, he is calling for the president to be killed, and it's not that he is passing out all the time. He's old. He's showing up with bruises. He looks like, time's winning a fight right now. That's what it looks like.
He's a 79-year-old man who we have to throw international birthday parties for, and he can't stay awake for them, even when a squeaky wheel tank goes by. Yeah, Jimmy, on Thursday, when Jimmy told the joke, everyone understood what the joke was.
Yes.
Which is, this is a very, very old man, and Melania's a gold digger. And so she's sitting around waiting because we know Trump has a lot of gold because he's painted everything that way. And that was what the joke was, is she has that glow about her. They took it, again, it's context collapse. It's context collapse, and it's the fog of the moment, all those different things. And so you saw Live the TikTok was one who did this.
Okay,
Live
wait.
the TikTok.
I respect that. I will say fog of war for the moment and all that. Not for the people pushing this.
No, not for the
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about for the audiences, for the general,
absolutely.
the normies of it all, for most of it. Because even the moment for me, I was like, oh, what, did he tape this before and they released this on like Monday or Saturday?
Right.
I didn't even realize, because of the way it was shot too, it was shot like he was doing a big banquet. What Kimmel did was basically in his opening monologue, he carved out, I want to say it was like 8 minutes. I went and watched it after. What's funny actually is I think it drove more traffic to it again. The same way when they tried to cancel Kimmel last time, I immediately was like, wait, what's going on? And here's the thing. The one thing Jimmy Kimmel will do is he hires writers. And they had some good fucking jokes, Phil. I actually watched it, and I was like, this is what I miss. I miss a happy-go-lucky roast where people take shots and we have a good time. And Donald Trump had a roast years ago. Did you know, actually, when Donald Trump did the roast of Donald Trump on Comedy Central, the only rule they had, because occasionally when you do these roasts, sometimes the person who's being roasted would like, listen, there's like one line I don't want you to cross. And Donald Trump's line back then was you couldn't accuse him of being not a billionaire. You couldn't say that he was actually broke. You couldn't say any of those things because it was more important. You could say anything else about him. You could call him a pedophile.
I'm not a pedophile.
You could say that he was a monster. You could say all these different things. But you could do all of that, and he wouldn't give a fuck. But if you said he was broke or he wasn't actually rich, he would flip out. And so those weren't allowed. And so when I was watching this clip, the one that really stuck out to me, it was such a good joke. It was a classic joke. Jimmy Kimmel said, of course Donald Trump thinks he's Jesus. Every time he walks into a room, they say, oh, Christ, he's back. And I was like, that's a good... Also, they did a really great, interesting... And Trump actually called this out directly while like claiming that people wouldn't understand it was real. He kept cutting to people in a fake audience. Yeah. He was cutting to Kanye and Vanilla Ice and Kid Rock and Mitch McConnell and including Melania herself. And Trump was like, you're pretending like you're in the room. You're tricking people. And I'm like, again, it's because you fucking MAGA idiots do not understand jokes. It's the same thing with that Indian guy who pretended to be a blonde lady via AI. And it only worked on MAGA accounts. He tried to do it to Dems and Republicans, and he gave up on the libs because they weren't falling for it. That's exactly what happened. Donald Trump sees a video of Jimmy Kimmel talking where they cut to Kid Rock, Kanye West, Mel Gibson, and Vanilla Ice, and he's like, that's 100% a real thing. Why would he pretend to do that?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but Kimmel then addressed the whole thing afterwards, and he was like, this was a thing on Thursday, right? He's explaining the timeline, and he also said, but I understand that the First Lady had a stressful experience over the weekend, and probably every weekend is pretty stressful in that house. And I also I agree that hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do. And I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it. Because, by the way, I should also point out, Donald Trump is allowed to say whatever he wants to say, as you are, as I am, as all of us are, because under the First Amendment, we have, as Americans, a right to free speech. And this was something that I was... some people were like, oh, you're starting to crash out a little on the Philip DeFranco show. This is something I was crashing out about because we're seeing a number of people in the media, once again, do this false equivalency bullshit. Where something happened, it's bad that it happened, but then they're like, and the Democrats... Because when they talk about, I think Dana Bash was even when she was talking with Jamie Raskin about it, and she asked him about what about your rhetoric, Democrats' rhetoric, and he was like what? And she was like how he's like bad for the country. It's like,
yeah, that's not
rhetoric. I was like, but producer Ben made a list that is like a tenth of the things that he has said, Donald Trump has said, where I'm like, this man His default is raising the temperature. His default is to threaten and attack. So what the fuck are you talking about? That when we're like, hey, ICE killing Americans in the street is bad. Which, by the way, that's even moving the line to just what they're doing to human beings in general.
Fucking
Right?
shitheads.
What they're doing, where they're bombing a school overseas, and we're like, whoopsie. Anyway, war choice is valid. Like, so the idea of criticizing the policies, criticizing the actions, calling a spade, that is somehow raising the temperature is bullshit. It is to see journalists do this is disgusting. They're clowns. They're hacks if they're doing this. Yeah, I don't want to just like bash. There was the other guy from CNN that
Brian Stetler.
Brian
Stetler.
Yes. That was like, oh, the president. He could have attacked the media, but he struck a cordial tone. Like we're all trauma bonding together, and then the fucking 60 Minutes interview comes out.
Real fast, Phil. Just wanted to say something. I've met Brian Stetler. I met him. Yeah. Dildo. He's a dildo. I hate that man. Fuck that dude. I've met so many people, like, because, I mean, I actually was down in D.C. this week. I didn't go to the Correspondents' Dinner itself, but when big major events like this happen, there's a lot of, like, networking events around it, and so I went down there, and I've gone down to other different events down there, again, to meet people and make connections. And I met Brian Stetler a couple years ago, after CNN had fired him, before they hired him back. And when I talked to him in those moments, I was like, hey, man, like, I know that you're now becoming an independent content creator. Like, this is just, like, you know, some different stuff. And he was just, like, very dismissive and very much of a dickhead. His wife was very nice. But I then asked around because I was at a party on, I think it was Friday, and Brian Stetler walked in the room. And I was like, I hate that guy. And literally everyone around me was like, yeah, we hate him too. Everyone fucking hates him. So, Brian, fuck you. But also, going back here, because again, he was doing the we're going to come together thing. And then by Sunday, Trump was pointing at Norah O'Donnell's face, being like, this is you. You're disgusting. I'm not, you know what? Insert the file again.
I'm not a pedophile.
Exactly, because he is like trying to say that anybody who says anything about him is the reason why bad things would happen to him. No, motherfucker, you're the reason why bad things are happening. Because of the fucking
You are the causality.
You have to remind Brian Stetler and Dana Bash that Donald Trump wrote, Robert Mueller just died. Good. I'm glad he's dead. Like, what the fuck? How about the Rob Reiner tweet? How about the fact that he said a civilization will die?
Yeah, this garbage is killing our
there's
country.
So many fucking things that this man has said. And I don't see these same members of the press. I saw so many members of the press after this being like, we're all in this together. What? Why? Because you dove under a table and then stole 3 bottles of wine? Congratulations, you got less parting gifts from your first mass shooting than an American school kid, you dumb bitches. Like, this is so fucking crazy to me. There was instances, like, as I was sitting there watching the C-SPAN feed, the part that really got me was watching all of the different reporters then pull out their phones. Because they're all filming themselves and filming each other. Brian Stetler himself kept showing up in the C-SPAN feed, just walking around. And that was also what drove me crazy. And it's probably also the reason why so many other people had this weird feeling about this, is you're in this moment, the entire building's in fucking lockdown, and reporters are just like walking around and like filming and taking pictures of glasses. Like, it felt odd, because I want to tell you, to those reporters, most people under the age of 35 have now lived through an active shooter situation. Most of them, or have somebody in their life who has. And they're all looking around going, that's not fucking normal. It's very similar to on January 6th. Nancy Pelosi's staff had to explain to her what to do in an active shooter situation because she had never fucking experienced it, but her 20-year-old staff members had, and they'd had training their entire life since Columbine in 1998.
Yup.
Like, we're in this disconnect. And so when we're in these fucking moments and they're talking about speech and they're talking about all these different things about, this is the Democrat, this is these, like, no. Because if this was a MAGA guy going after a Dem, then everyone would go, oh, it's a lone shooter, it's a lone wolf. And suddenly he's a lone wolf. But the second he fits a couple things on a profile that MAGA and Trump and his press team can find convenient for them so they can go ask for a new layer of gold lame, then suddenly we have to pretend that fucking speech matters again.
Yeah, I don't know. I think one of the things that bugged me about this, I mean, there is a full There's a full list that I think would end up being like an 8-minute video. But like, whether it be Trump himself, his family members, how many people in that room, or the people that are commenting online about like, people shouldn't be talking about this thing or that thing, that were like making jokes about the Paul Pelosi hammer attack, among a million other things. It's just
they weren't even just making jokes about it. They weren't even making jokes about the Paul Pelosi hammer attack. They were also claiming that that was an inside job, that Paul Pelosi was having sex with that man who broke into his house in the middle of the night, hit him in the head with a hammer, and it wasn't until we went through the full like list of things, because Don Jr. himself was posting a picture of a hammer and underwear and all these different things. They tried to make it into a Halloween costume. Like, this is one of those things, and I think the thing is this is also why MAGA's hold is breaking. Watching the press, especially, and at this point I almost want to call them the captured press, because when I'm looking at things like CNN, who is facing possibly being bought by the Ellisons, when I'm looking at CBS already being owned by them, I'm looking at Fox, when I'm looking at Washington Post, and we've seen how Jeff Bezos will gluck on that shit. When I look at the ones that are also like looking around all these different things, they are desperate to not get fired. And so they'll say whatever they think their new masters want for them. And part of that is in these moments, like Brian Stetler, who spent 6 months or a year not having a job, he doesn't want to go through that again, because God forbid he try to figure out how to sell a Substack. He's going to sit there and go, we're all in this together, right? And so that's the moment of there. It's just extreme cowardice. It's extreme cowardice for many of them, but also we've seen over the last 18 months, whenever a reporter does stick their head up at one of these captured news media organizations, they get fired or they get quietly let go within a week. There is things that happen. Access gets shut down, other things that happen. We're watching the Kimmel situation. The Jimmy Kimmel situation is not about Jimmy Kimmel. The Kimmel situation is trying to control the 5 or 6 major media companies that still have FCC licenses, and to say, if you keep putting on programming we don't like, we are going to make your life a living hell, which might scare away advertisers. That's what this is really about. This is all strategy. And again, they're trying to take advantage of this. It's a worked shoot. Like, that's how this is. And that's just like, because everything is fucking wrestling. And I just want to keep driving that down. Maybe I should make that a shirt. Maybe I should make a shirt that says everything is wrestling. And it's, well, nobody wants to wear Donald Trump on their face, on their body. I was trying to figure out like how to do it. Like, man, I'm trying to picture that. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to come up with merch for the show. Crashingouttour.com.
With Stelter specifically, I want to go back to him because he kind of commented on why he talked about oh my gosh, the president. He goes, Trump's calm and respectful tone toward the press on Saturday night was newsworthy because it was unusual. And that's also paired with a thread where he said, I purposefully did not lead today's newsletter with Trump's latest bit of media criticism because it's not novel or surprising. Of course he called Norah O'Donnell a disgrace and said you're horrible people. That's who he is. That's what he does. Then why are you highlighting the other fucking thing? Now, you didn't do it because it's newsworthy and unusual. You fucking hack. You're a hack.
He's a bitch. No, he's a bitch. He's a bitch. And okay, if it's not newsworthy, if this is the 3rd or 4th time that this type of incident has happened, then that's not newsworthy either. Like, that's the thing. It's like, oh, if this is, how many times have we heard today Donald Trump truly became president today? Oh, he's turned a corner.
The bar is so
he's finally
fucking
found
low.
Respect in the office. Like, we've heard this how many times? I mean, it's been a fucking decade of this.
When he doesn't like actively shit in the room, they're like, this is the moment. This is the moment. He really
speaking of shit in the room, did you not see that the weird BBL he's rocking in that fucking chair, the 60-minute shot? People are pointing to the fact that his ass was hanging. That he has a shelf hanging off the back of him that's clearly diaper based. I mean, I don't know definitively, but as a dad of a toddler who is dealing with a lot of diapers all the time, that looked like a diaper fold to me. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't fucking know. The guy shows up with weird rashes. He bruises fucking easily. His cankles are popping in ways that many of us cannot process. Jesus.
Though, really quick, on the note of maybe catching some hands, I don't know, I'm trying to do the transition here. We should talk about Kash Patel and his girlfriend, because one of the first things I saw reported, right? So we have, I think it was you and Ben in the group chat, I'm at a baseball game, but then one of the first bits of what seemed to be confirmed or semi-confirmed reporting was about Kash Patel's girlfriend. We have, let's see, the report is the FBI director Kash Patel came tearing across the hallway with 2 men in tow. His girlfriend was hiding in a room with another man who was holding her hand. Yeah, I want to go back and see who is either the journalist that was like specificity matters, or just the gossipy,
So many unanswered
the gossipy king or queen.
Listen, well, this is also just tells you again. We've been highlighting this week after week after week about this is the weakest FBI director in the history of the bureau, and everyone fucking hates him. No one respects him. There was video of Kash Patel during this entire thing, crouched behind a chair, just looking around. Like, again, you're the director of the FBI. There wasn't any moment during this that he seemed commanding.
Approaching
and obviously,
Stargate.
yes, this is a Secret Service situation during these moments, and there's those types of things. But then later, it was like Kash Patel's out on the sidewalk on a phone, and some random lady is just walking up to him. He looked like he was waiting for an Uber. You know what I mean? Like, there wasn't this gravitas to him. He doesn't know how to do any of that different stuff. He just seems lost the entire time. And before this report, before everybody started referring to him as Cuck Patel, because his girlfriend, in a moment of extreme panic, is hiding in a room holding the hand of another man, in that moment, running up this whole week, the talk has been Kash Patel is next.
Kash, don't worry, he's just a friend.
He's just a friend.
He's just a friend.
You say he's just a friend. You say he's
Worth the
just
copyright.
a friend. Oh, baby, it's a
You
cover.
got what I
It's a
need.
cover. You got what Kash doesn't need. Okay, yeah, but the reports have been coming out repeatedly, over and over and over again, that Kash is next because of the number one
I love
thing.
that
He
song.
makes Trump look bad. And that's the number one rule. They don't care about you hurting the country. But you can't make Trump look bad. Only Trump can do that.
It's true.
Sometimes the real financial damage, it's not just one terrible decision, it's a bunch of tiny ones that quietly renew every month. It's the small charges, forgotten subscriptions, and the free trials that you definitely meant to cancel all piling up in the background. Because that's the thing,
Autopilot
most of us, we're
jumping.
not bad with money, we just don't see the full picture. That's why I wanted to thank today's sponsor, Rocket Money. Rocket Money is an app that helps you actually understand your finances all in one place. You can link your accounts and get a full bird's eye view of everything, spending, balances, all those recurring payments. I think what I love most is probably the subscriptions feature. Because like all of us, I think, I have a lot going on, and I am absolutely the kind of person who signs up for something, I forget about it, and then I just kind of keep paying for it forever. It's one of the things I dislike about myself the most, but Rocket Money, they track all of that for you, and they help cancel the ones that you're not using. And they also break down your spending, so you can actually see patterns and maybe realize, oh, that's where my money's going. Plus, you get alerts for things like big charges or upcoming bills, so nothing sneaks up on you. Hey, if you want to feel a little more in control of your money, try Rocket Money for free. Just go to rocketmoney.com/crashing out or scan that QR code to get started today.
Approaching
And Phil,
Stargate.
I do want to highlight something. Something really, really good happened last week. That a lot of people we only got it for a moment. A good feeling, which was the Virginia redistricting race, which has now kind of reset the entire national gerrymandering debacle that's been happening ever since Trump started this shit with Texas, all those very many months ago. On Tuesday last week, there was an election, and the redistricting passed through, and now it looks like there'll be 10 Democratic seats because of the way the redistricting is being done to one Republican seat. It's a classically reverse gerrymander from some of the ways things have happened in the past. 51% supported this from some 3 million votes to push this through, but I just want to highlight one fighter. A specific fighter involved in this. Which was brought to my attention a few months ago. Louise Lucas. She is the 82-year-old state senator who led most of this fight. And most of this has been her wearing boxing gloves while referring to herself as the
jumping.
people's champion. And this 82-year-old woman has just been walking around the halls of the halls of the State House down in Richmond, just yelling, 10 fucking
Moving to
1!
Stargate.
And I'm obsessed
Warp
with it.
drive
I
active.
love her. She is who I want to be someday.
Yeah, she is, I think, everything that I've seen of her makes me feel like she's chaotic good. Right?
Hello?
We're looking at, like, where she lands, chaotic.
Yeah. Oh, okay, cool.
Approaching
Thank
Stargate.
you. Okay. Okay. No, I haven't heard. Oops. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, you can. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I love back.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Who I want to be someday.
Yeah, she is. I think everything that I've seen of her makes me feel like she's chaotic good, right? If we're looking at like where she lands,
Approaching
chaotic
Stargate.
good, and I just everything, nothing I've ever seen of her registers on like a 1 to an 8. It's either a 9 or a 10. Everything is her going for a haymaker, knockout punch. But I do also want to.
While King Charles delivered a remarkable address to Congress yesterday, bringing a bipartisan joint session to its feet multiple times on issues like support for NATO, Ukraine, and checks on executive power.
Today, I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. We can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted
Autopilot
to
jumping.
this day. Drawing on these values and traditions time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. This, I believe, is the special ingredient in our
Warping to
relationship.
Stargate. Warp
As
drive
President Trump
active.
himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable. In the immediate
Approaching
aftermath of
Stargate.
9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people. From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protecting
Autopilot
our
jumping.
citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries. The U.S. Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated
Warping
that
to
Magna
Stargate.
Carta
Warp drive
is cited
active.
in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
Be careful out there. The sea's rough these days.
Approaching Stargate.
They appear to join the conversation. We have MS Now contributor Mike Barnacle, U.S. national editor, columnist at the Financial Times, Ed Luce, writer-at-large for the New York Times, Elizabeth Buemiller, and presidential historian and Pulitzer Prize-winning author John Meacham joins us. And Willie, King Charles filling a lot of different roles during that address to Congress, including truth-teller and historian.
Yeah, truth-teller coated in a bit of sugar. He was funny and self-deprecating, charmed the chamber there. And the hands you saw over his, I guess it was his left shoulder, clapping for checks and balances were those of Speaker Mike Johnson, who has looked the other way on that important role of Congress over the last couple of years. John Meacham, I'm curious about all of your thoughts about what we saw yesterday, both there in the Chamber of Commerce and at the state dinner last night at the White House. King Charles, as I said, he was funny and he was charming. He flattered Donald Trump appropriately because he knows the way to the man's heart, but also embedded in all of that critiques of the administration and reminders of what the special relationship means on a practical level.
Yeah, Willie, I don't understand why people keep saying this was subtle. It seemed pretty clear to me. I mean, let's give His Majesty credit.
Warping to station.
What was subtle
Warp
about
drive active.
doing the line about executive power and then waiting for the applause? He's like Bob Hope. He was waiting. It was perfect. What I found so striking is it took a hereditary monarch from a nation and empire from which we declared independence and fought an unlikely successful war 250 years ago. We withstood their attempt to come back and relitigate it in combat in 1812. It took him, a man who was in his job because of the person to whom he was born, to remind us that at the heart of our tradition is that no matter to whom we were born, we are equal before the eyes of the law and the eyes of God. And we can ponder that irony all we want, but it was a reminder of why the British Constitution has a head of state. And it was, I think, an incredibly insightful, which is to say,
everything's lost.
You know, we don't need Walter Bagehot here, right? We don't need John Locke to tell us what we need to get right.
Chaos.
But sometimes you have
will
to
be
hear.
worse.
And I thought that was brilliant. The only other thing I will say is last night in his toast, the king told the story about Christmas 1941 when Churchill got out of the bathtub. FDR came in the room in the White House and he says, "Oh, Winston, I'm sorry." And Churchill looks at him and says, "Oh, no, Mr. President, as you can see, I have nothing to hide from you." The key part of that story, I think, is that FDR later said to his secretary, Grace Tully, "You know, Grace, he's pink and white all over." So that's an important detail that I don't think made it into the public record.
Ed Luce, I was speaking yesterday with someone who has been with the king quite recently. And the assessment of his speech from this person last night to me was that it was his emergence, his coronation, if you will, as a global leader. That he met the moment with the insight, talking about alliances, talking about friendships, talking about global responsibility, referencing NATO, referencing the environment in ways that the British people, I don't think, have heard him speak to that. I'm wondering if you agree with that kind of an assessment.
Yeah, I think it's a very good assessment. I should remind you that his first speech to a foreign legislature was a few weeks after he was coronated, and it was in Germany. He went over and spoke to the German Bundestag, and he spoke in German. And that had a really huge
Ships
effect
on your hand, Captain!
on Anglo-German relations. But in terms of what will be remembered, about however long or short his reign may be, this will clearly be the cherry on the cake. It was an extraordinary performance, I thought, that he could bring up from the Magna Carta onwards, and indeed before the Magna Carta, through the Glorious Revolution, the Bill of Rights of 1689, which put his...
Thank you, C-SPAN, for the excellent content from my blog and sub to your channel. Hi, pretty kitty. You want to sit on my lap? Yeah, get yourself some nice warm lap and some love. Hi. Hey, pretty kitty. Oh, my pretty kitty. She's happy with me. She's very happy with me because I got her nails cut. I brought her to my mom, had her cut her nails because I haven't done it in 2 months or something. This kitty's all super happy. She's like, I've got my hands don't hurt. It's like, yeah, we took care of you. That's a good kitty. She's not scratching me anymore. Jesus Christ. Fuck you, JD Vance. Fuck you, John. Fucking, or whatever your name is. Is it Mitch McConnell? Mitch the bitch. That was all, huh? Just no more? Just, okay, bye.
For sail, more speed.
Wanna go outside? Yeah? Alright. I gotta go let my cat out. I'll be right back. Jesus Christ, this standing ovation has been going on for like 3 minutes. Let's go. Let's go, blah, 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 blah.
Speaker, members
Jesus
of Congress,
Christ.
Representatives of the American people across all states, territories, cities, and communities. I would like, if I may, to take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress, and on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming us to the United States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence. And for all of that time, for all of that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet too in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great building that sought to harm the leadership of your nation and to foment wider fear and discord. Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed. Whatever our differences, whatever disagreements we may have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy, to protect all our people from harm, and to salute the courage of those who daily risk their lives in the service of our countries. Standing here today, it is hard not to feel the weight of history on my shoulder, because the modern relationship between our two nations and our own peoples spans not merely 250 years, but over 4 centuries. It is extraordinary to think that I am the 19th in our line of sovereigns to study with daily attention the affairs of America. So I come here today with the highest respect for the United States Congress, this citadel of democracy created to represent the voice of all American people, to advance sacred rights and freedoms. Speaking in this renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother, Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the Statue of Freedom above us. Today, I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States. Now, as you may know, when I address my own Parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a Member of Parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned. These days, we look after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today. As I look back across the centuries, Mr. Speaker, there emerge certain patterns, certain self-evident truths from which we can learn and draw mutual strength. With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree, at least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from it. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but of all peoples. This, I believe, is the special ingredient in our relationship. As President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable. Mr. Speaker, this is by no means my first visit to Washington, D.C., the capital of this great republic. It is, in fact, my 20th visit to the United States and my first as King and head of the Commonwealth. This is a city which symbolizes a period in our shared history, or what Charles Dickens might have called a tale of two Georges.
Wow. A tale of two Georges, yeah.
The first president, George Washington, and my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III. King George, as you know, never set foot in America, and please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action. The founding fathers were bold and imaginative rebels with a cause. 250 years ago, or as we say in the United Kingdom, just the other day, they declared independence. By balancing contending forces and drawing strength in diversity, they united 13 disparate colonies to forge a nation on the revolutionary idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They carried with them and carried forward the great inheritance of the British Enlightenment, as well as the ideals which had an even deeper history in English common law and Magna Carta. These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689 was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy, but also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated, often verbatim, in the American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The U.S. Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances. This is the reason why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. This stone records that an acre of that ancient and historic site was given to the United States of America by the people of the United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve in support of liberty and in memory of President John F. Kennedy. Distinguished members of the 119th Congress, it is here in these very halls that this spirit of liberty and the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast. not by the will of one, but by the deliberation of many, representing the living mosaic of the United States. In both of our countries, it is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free society that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today. And, Mr. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally, that guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater understanding, it is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other. It is why it is my hope, my prayer, that in these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords.
Ship's under your eyes, Captain.
I'm mindful we are still in the season of Easter, the season that most strengthens my hope. It is why I believe with all my heart that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, to deepen mutual understanding, and to value all people of all faiths and of none.
To the guns, you dogs!
I miss.
Built over the centuries, and which we are profoundly grateful.
Lead up, team!
Unique. And that alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's sword of an Atlantic partnership based on Britain, Europe, and America. That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today.
Fuck!
First reigning British sovereign was my grandfather George VI. He visited in 1939 with my beloved grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother.
What? Get the hitboxes better.
Were on the march, sometime before the United States joined us in the defense of freedom. Our shared values prevail. Today, we find ourselves in a new era. Those values remain. It is an era that is in many ways more volatile, more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991. The challenges we face are too great for any one nation to bear alone. In this unpredictable environment, our alliance cannot rest on past achievements or assume that foundational principles simply endure. As my Prime Minister said last month, ours is an indispensable partnership. We must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years. Instead, we must build on it. Renewal today starts with security. The United Kingdom recognizes that the threats we face demand a transformation of defense. That is why our country, in order to be fit for the future, has committed to the biggest sustained increase in defense spending since the Cold War. During part of which, over 50 years ago, I served with immense pride in the Royal Navy, following in the naval footsteps of my father, my grandfather, my great-uncle Lord Mountbatten, and my great-grandfather, this year, also the 25th anniversary of 9/11. This atrocity was a defining moment for America, and your pain and shock were felt around the whole world. During my visit to New York, my wife and I will again pay our respects to the victims, the families, and the bravery shown in the face of terrible loss. We stood with you then, and we stand with you now.
Man the cannons!
In solemn remembrance of a day that shall never be forgotten.
Lead off speed!
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder, through 2 world wars, Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people.
Helm's yours, Cotton.
In order to secure a
More sail, more
lasting
speed.
peace. From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protecting our citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries. Our defense, intelligence and security ties are hardwired together through relationships measured not in years, but in decades. Today, thousands of U.S. serving personnel, defense officials and their families are stationed in the United Kingdom, as British personnel serve with equal pride across 30 American states. We are building F-35s together, and we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history, AUKUS.
Ships under your hand, Cotton. Read the canvas.
And we are doing it in partnership with Australia, a country
More sail, more
I'm
speed.
also immensely proud to serve as sovereign. We do not embark on these remarkable
Blanket
endeavors
tie!
together out of sentiment. We do so because they build greater shared resilience for the future. so making our citizens safer for generations to come. Our common ideals were not only crucial for liberty and equality, they are also the foundation of our shared prosperity. The rule of law, certainty of stable and accessible rules, an independent judiciary resolving disputes and delivering impartial justice. These features created the conditions for centuries of unmatched economic growth in our two countries. This is why our governments are concluding new economic and technology agreements to write the next chapter of our prosperity and ensure that British and American ingenuity continues to lead the world. Our nations are combining talent and resources in the technologies of tomorrow. Our new partnerships in nuclear fusion and quantum computing, and in AI and drug discovery, holding the promise of saving countless lives. More broadly, we celebrate the $430 billion in annual trade that continues to grow, the $1.7 trillion in mutual investment that fuels that innovation, and the millions of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic, supported across both economies. These are strong foundations on which to continue to build for generations yet unborn. Our tide in education, research, and cultural exchange empower citizens and future leaders of both countries. The Marshall Scholarship, named after the great General George Marshall, and the association of which I am so proud to be patron, are emblematic of the connection between our two countries. Since its founding, more than 2,300 scholarships have been awarded, opening doors for Americans from all walks of life to study at the United Kingdom's leading university. So as we look toward the next 250 years, we must also reflect on our shared responsibility to safeguard nature, our most precious and irreplaceable asset.
Helm's yours, Captain.
Millennia before our nations existed, before any border drawn, the mountains of Scotland,
that was so fun. Oh no, I didn't loot. Oh no.
Single continuous range.
Oh, my inventory is full anyways. Fuck.
Of continents.
Oh well.
The natural wonders of the United States of America are indeed a unique asset, and generations of Americans have risen to this calling. Indigenous, political, and civic leaders, people in rural communities and cities alike, have all helped to protect and nurture what President Theodore Roosevelt called the glorious heritage of this land's extraordinary natural splendor, on which so much of its prosperity has always depended. Yet, even as we celebrate the beauty that surrounds us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. We ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity and our national security.
I remain at your service.
The story of the United Kingdom and the United States is at its heart a story of reconciliation, renewal, and remarkable partnership. From the bitter divisions of 250 years ago, we forged a friendship that has grown into one of the most consequential alliances in human history. I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world. And that we ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more. President Lincoln understood this so well with his reflection in the magisterial Gettysburg Address, that the world may little note what we say, but will never forget what we do. And so to the United States of America, on your 250th birthday, let our two countries rededicate ourselves to each other in the selfless service of our peoples and of all the peoples of the world. God bless the United States, and God bless the United Kingdom.
God bless the UK.
Hey, watch out for goat horns, buddy.
God bless the US.
Coins matter more than coin.
I guess I'll keep it. I'm gonna go do that quest. 20 skewered meat. Oh, good. See, it never feels right. It doesn't feel like it's ever navigating correctly. 2 more stops. Yeah, that does make sense. Okay. Dang, another patch. Oh yeah, skewered meat. I need 20 skewered meat. Buccaneers. Deliver the skewered meat.
Trust is friends matter more than coin.
Hey, I got a level. I had a feeling. I was like, ooh. Nice progression. That's real good. So, endurance. I'm thinking that I want to reset my points entirely now, as I'm not really feeling like I need that much stamina anymore. I think I want mastery. Oh no, I believe it is actually. Oh, here, never mind. No, I want to dump out. I would put 19 points of precision. Now let's test how that feels in terms of the. Yeah, I mean that's a
should have seen the
manageable.
boar I brought down. Spores don't like to wander alone.
Jesus, the sound sounds way too loud for some reason. The dialogue, I want it down at like 10. Yes, confirm. Okay, now, I'm just like working on quests now. I have to infiltrate that camp, but I don't think I can. And I've got to go all the way north to get rid of Jim Goddard. And I've got to find Hale in the underground network, which is a sail south of my house. So now we'll do that southern bent, I guess. The game's starting to feel like Fallout 76 just with ocean, and I kind of like that, actually. It's not a bad idea. Oh, what's human? NVIDIA DLSS, DirectX 12, no restrictions, motion blur is off, screen shake intensity is high, vehicle camera is on. I don't know about very high though, probably keep it on medium. That's okay, load the shaders, who cares? Yep. And apply, confirm. Okay, now we're gonna restart the game once it loads. Okay, we are autopilot talk to the next space truck thing. Okay, now we
moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
That sounds awesome. So, okay, cool. Start game. Do it all over again.
Approaching Stargate.
Okay, I don't want to burn out on this game, so I think I will stop here. I got to level 6. I'm level 6. Yep. I don't want to dump all that stuff. I want to put this pistol away here because I do like it. It has more damage, I guess, which sort of makes sense, but... Let's see what the reload time is. Oh, no, no, I can't take this gun. It's a nice gun, though. It's a nice gun. I suppose I could put it on my, I suppose I could put it on my ship and use it. Never mind, I do like the gun. I think I'm going to use it.
Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Forty. Actually, the vehicle on master is high. It's fine. Radio should be off. Instrument live stream mode should be on. Instrument volume. Instrument volume could be loud and boundary alert. Voice chat on. Messenger chat open. Nearby. Team event. Nearby. And then... universal keyboard, but... Yeah, but my settings...
Autopilot jumping.
Oh, no. You're supposed to save these settings so I can, like, load them from the fucking thing.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Well, let's do all the keys, I guess. That's what I get for reinstalling it. Crouch. Standard control roll should be Q. Jump, keep sprinting should be E.
Approaching Stargate.
Cancel match. Vault climb, roll, gliding, dismount, zipline. Clean mode should be Alt Z. No. Z. Now you're not supposed to do this. I changed the shortcuts. It should be like Control F12. There. You are so annoying. I do not want you on Alt Z. I don't want you on that. Skin removal. Space time. Oh yeah. Function wheel. I think with that B. Oh no, cancel B. Function wheel should be N. Nope. Function wheel You want that on tab, huh? I don't think I agree. Function wheel. What about
Autopilot jumping.
Okay. Function wheel. Function wheel. What about H? Yeah, we'll put holster to something else.
Warping to Stargate.
Expressions
Warp drive
wheel.
active.
Put that on comma. Flashlight whispers. Check player. Z item backpack. Oh, V. Confirm. Okay, so I'll check blueprint.
Approaching Stargate.
About that. Mods, cosmetics, world map should be tab, task is out, journey is J, symbiosis. Settings, logistics, fire, aim, reload, switch to over the shoulder. Switch camera. I don't know. Switch camera, huh? I want that on alt. Oops. Melee attack should be on like some other weird key. Holster weapon. Holster weapon. Holster weapon. I don't know. Okay, deviation battle skill,
jumping.
deviation summon, deviation ultimate. That's not gonna work. X.
Warping to Stargate.
Confirm.
Warp drive active.
Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0 dash. Deviation ultimate retrieval.
Approaching Stargate.
Deviation summon, I think I want on mouse 5. The rest of them I'll just put on like numpad stuff. Ultimate retrieval. Battle skill. Can we make it the same thing? Deviation summon. Maybe battle skill. Yeah, and then oh, yeah, summon. Maybe battle skill will summon it. We'll find out when we get one. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Voice chat. I want that on tilde. Oh no, we can't rebind that key. So voice chat. I don't know. F5, huh? F5 is such a bad key. Tempted to put it on. Oops, interact should be. Oops, cancel. No, interact.
Autopilot jumping.
So I don't have any. I don't think I have any conflicts, which is good. We'll see if anything sticks out at me. Right on. You're supposed to save this stuff.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station.
The camera coefficient. Yeah, the camera, I don't know, the camera is actually probably fine at 100. I'm sorry, I thought you meant, yeah, like, we'll see. And the function wheel. Okay. Back. Oh, I DC, damn it. Go back. Hyperball. Casual. Low pressure environment. Explore freely and enjoy pure survival gameplay. Or and safe haven.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Wait, I have a level 50. Oh, no, I guess I already have one, yeah.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Oh, here we go. Raid Zone Solo 5. Oh, no, these are like custom servers that other people make. Wow. I guess I sign up now. Okay. Oh, standard, casual. PvP duel, territory contest, summon meteor where it's like standard or casual. Why does it look like Rust? Death lose all. Friendly duel, no loss. Worry-free exploration. Strategic survival, risky gamble, build your defenses, standard. Or you can get softcore, normal, or hardcore. On death you lose all, brutal plunder. Okay, so survival skill is everything, so I should build small and hide somewhere. And a little tiny 2x2 that I, well, 3x3 that I stuff solid. I will build a 4x4 and I will put no doors. Well, yeah, and I'll put no doors, just turrets all throughout it. In the center I'll have a door to a 2x2, and if they raid it, who cares? Or I could just go to casual where it's like good once human. I could just work on my character, I suppose. So, what else am I doing? I believe I will get off Windrose now. I did get my level, and I'm almost caught up. Sweet. Okay, I'm gonna go play some I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I should grind this game, huh? I'm playing a lot of it. Let's play some 76, I think. And I'll change my title. Fallout 76. Oops. You are taking a long time. 546. Nope. No thanks. I'll just go to just chatting. I just don't want to false advertise to oh, I got a message. Did oh, no, I don't. It was because I'm currently at work. Hello. Thank you. 14 hours every day. Roughly 12 PST to 4 AM-ish. All day, every day. Okay, next. And now survive. Oh wait, Raid Zone has survive, capture, preserve. Endless Dream. Really? Oh wow, no, they evolved. Wow, they evolved. Select the world. Wow. So what's the hardest? What's the hardest one? Is it Way Winter? The Deviation one, Endless Stream. Yeah, Endless Stream is the one I like with the Lost Dream Zone and Nightmare Tube and all that. Yeah, I like Endless Stream actually. In this, but this is PvE. No, I want hardcore, I think. Reasonably safe. Eh, fuck it. I'll just go build a 2x2 and squeeze in and make it bigger if I need to. I want to choose a hardcore server, PvP duel, territory contest, summon meteor, team up, hardcore A001, suffixes. I don't know. Sign up for a new scenario. Yeah, seems good. Go to the new scenario. Oh well, unregister then. Oh, 4:30. I'm sorry, that's tomorrow. That's the only one, huh? Oh, so it's like a raid. What about standard? Can I choose a standard server? 4:30. These don't open up until tomorrow, so these don't wipe till tomorrow, huh? Okay, well then I won't play Once Human until tomorrow, but I'll play the wipe day. That'll be fun. Fuck yeah. So I do have my other character that I just play all the time. Yeah, my Endless Stream character. Why not? We'll just go play that character. Fun as hell. Or actually, I was going to play some Starfield, actually. Let's just see what the graphics feel like when I get in. Oh, okay, my territory has to be replaced. Bargain gifts, yay! Northwind shoes, huh? Chephosaurus Rex. Oh, I see. Damn it. Everybody, like, took over my spot. Is it because I'm overweight? No, it's just... Oh, it's probably because I'm thirsty, maybe? I don't have any sanity gummies. Oh, that's a lot of sanity. Wow. See, Once Human is cool. It is a cool game. It's... I don't think I like it as much as 76, but I like it.